Jeez. Maybe I just saved the profile incorrectly. Oh no, see, it loads the profile, but... And it keeps all of these checks. But I guess it doesn't store the values for this. It's better than nothing though, I guess. I'm sure he'll try to fix it. Anyways. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home.
Hopefully we won't have too many crashes. There's like a crash fix for the rando that...
But where's an outsider like yourself?
Another community member made.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Oh, hold on, I just realized. I need my timer. All right, let's do it. Oh, my timer's not working. Why is my timer not working? There we go.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Oh yeah, let me set my PB to... How many bosses are there even in this fucking game? I think it's like 20 something. Oh man, I've got like an itch in my throat. That's awful. $22. Sounds about right. Damn, Thorlar, it's your fault. I see.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
I knew it. Hopefully everything runs alright. Damn, dude, chill. Gemstone. How many FPS? I think we're on like 60. Door skip with the rat. Yeah, I don't know if we could do that real. But yeah, so this new randomizer has key item rando chat, which means like after you kill Gascoigne, there's a gate there that normally needs a key. That key is going to be somewhere in Central Yharnam, I think, because that's like the only spot it could be. But yeah, we are going to have to actually like find some of the key items. This game doesn't have that many key items. It depends what you're doing though. Like if you're doing any percent, I think there's only like 2 key items you need. But if you're doing all bosses, you need, I think there's like 7 or 8 different key items potentially. I'm just gonna buy blood vials. I think I randomized the shop, but this seems normal. Wait a sec. Okay, something's wrong, chat. We have an issue. So our starting weapons are supposed to be randoed. Oh shit. Hold on. I don't know. Let me try to redo this. I don't know why it didn't work. Unless I messed something up. Because I have randomized starting weapons. And like this is what I did, so unless the I mean, I guess we are testing stuff right now. I'm not sure. Easy shadows and easy failures. Yeah. If you don't do easy shadow, I hope that the rando gets like a. It'd be cool if the rando got updated for the easy shadows and easy failures, because so basically if you don't do easy shadows, you have to fight 3 bosses at once, which is horrible. It is absolutely horrible. Okay, let me try to do this again. I don't know. I wonder if I'm wondering if the rando is bugged in some way. Because it should have randomized the weapons. I don't know why it didn't. Someone was working on overhauling the rando. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm using right now. Is like the modified version of the rando. What if it did, but they happen to be the same? Well, I don't know. I don't think that's. I mean, maybe that's what happened. That's actually crazy if that's the case. You might be right that it just randomized to exactly what you normally get, but I don't know. Could be the save load profile being bugged. Might be ticking the boxes, but not configured in the backend. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Although, well, yeah, that would make sense. That's the most like reasonable thing. But I don't know if I loaded the profile before I randoed it the first time. I don't know. Well, let's see. Hopefully... Oh my god. So much blood. Don't kill me, please. We got a madman's knowledge as well. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, there is scaling. You can adjust the scaling in the mod as well. But with the way that Bloodborne works, I don't know. Without scaling, I'm not sure you would ever make it out of anywhere, ever. Oh, see, it worked this time. That's so weird. I really do wonder... I can't remember. If I Hunter's Mark when I'm in here, does it take me... Okay. Yeah, no, she's here. Saw Spear? Bro, I'm just...
Hello,
I'm just choosing based on what I got, alright, buddy? Saw Spear is pretty good. It's very good. Also, what is this? Alright, I'll buy 100 fire paper. Sure.
Welcome. What?
Sure.
Very well.
GG. Yeah, GG. Fire! Bosses are random too. Yeah, the bosses are random. There's also a chance for enemies to become bosses. There is, so the thing is, there is scaling though. There is scaling on for the mod. Honestly, if there wasn't scaling, I don't think it would be very fun because like, just the way that The way that damage works in this game and enemies work. Bro, what is that gem? Plus 18% attack up. Okay. Yeah, if this guy wasn't scaled down, he would have like 3,000 health, and it would probably take me like 50 hits to kill him. But it does make... I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like... You either have an easier time early on or later. The scaling for this mod is a little like buggy though. Could kill me in one hit, yeah. I always think I can loot that there. Okay, this fucking guy constantly shooting me. It's annoying as fuck. I'm gonna shoot these fuckers. Die. Dude, he's still hitting me. So we need the Odin tomb key. Could be anywhere in Central Yharnam though. Central Yharnam isn't that big, however, so it's not too bad. Cosmic Eye Watcher badge. Okay. Okay, do I have Molotovs? Molotovs are so fucking bad. I think it's best if we go over this way. Oh, come on. Oh, I mean, we have a we have a ton of cold blood. So I think we set the chance for boss to like 2.5%. I can't remember I don't remember the last time we did the rando though, what we set it to. I think it might have been like, I think we might have had it on like 5% chance for it to be a boss. Was it 10%? There's no way we set it that high. I remember we found like a good balance though, where it wasn't like too bad, but we still got them sometimes. I always think about the gun-only playthrough. I've done gun-only in Bloodborne many times. Really fun run, actually.
Welcome. What? Very well.
That seems good. We're so OP already. Oh, we could have got +1. It's okay. Will the window dude give you a random item after killing Gascoigne? I actually don't know. Good question. I'm not really sure. Can key items be in the chalice dungeons? Not currently. I mean, apparently... that is a possibility. Oh my god, Gascoigne. What? We're so OP already. God, you're so weak. Yeah, I can show you guys like how the scaling works. There could be, you know, there is like potential. Hold on, I want to show you guys how this works real quick. So this is like the only randomizer for Bloodborne, by the way, but there is a scaling option that the creator made. Basically, you can choose, like, I think the way that Bloodborne does its scaling is that it's like area based, so each area has its own level of scaling, and you can basically set the individual scaling level. So like you could make you can make Central Yarnum similar, like you could set the scaling to what it would be like in Cathedral Ward or Yahar Ghul, which would be like pretty fucking OP. You can also even choose like DLC, so maybe setting Central Yarnum to like Cathedral Ward scaling level might be a bit better difficulty wise, where it's like not too bad, but at least it's not like too absurd. Because I do think increasing the difficulty like early on, like maybe just Central Yarnum, like setting it to Cathedral Ward tier scaling would probably be good enough where it's gonna be a bit more challenging, but not like you're not just gonna get one shot. Gascoigne is a central Yarnum boss, so should be as normal. Well, that's the thing though. I already have 18 strength, 18 skill, and fire paper. That's why we killed him so fast. You're not meant to have fire paper at this point when you fight Gascoigne. I guess his like phase transformations don't work though. When he hit you, he did no damage. Yeah, because I'm like level 29 already. I mean, I've already had like 70,000 Blood Echoes worth of level ups. Every single time you level, you get physical defense in this game. You actually go... You can actually climb back up. Dude, this fucking snake being here is really annoying. I guess we just kill him. It's not bad. It's not that smart. Excuse me, gentlemen. Chat is fucking unhinged today. Holy. Whoa. How am I not getting hit? No! Oh, dear God. No! The fuck is that? Where did you come from? Oh my. Dude, there's a guy shooting me through the floor. What is going on? I gotta kill this fucking thing. There's an item. Dude, he's like... Oh, no, you don't. There's an item behind this. It could be the key. I remember I think you still get the music box from this. I don't think this is random. My boss is 1. Yes. Hopefully the key item rando fucking works. Where's this damn tomb key, dude? I mean, it should be working. Copium. Maybe Gascoigne still just drops it and it's not working, but... then it does.
Oh, what? Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now.
I don't know how far the gun can go. Like, can I? Nice. Ooh. Fortunately, we have to... Oh, dear God. Oh, jeez. No! What even is the spider doing? Lecture theater key. Well, I do think it's working because that is a key item. Wait, the fire paper works on your fists? That is something new. I never knew that. I don't think there's an item over in this spot. Jeez. There's not really that many items left. think there's a way through. Dude! Oh fuck! I need more blood vials. There is so many enemies here. I got my FPS. Alright, we're getting some blood vials. That's good. This is a little concerning, chat. I don't know what items there even are left. Unless Gascoigne still just drops the key, which he shouldn't, though. But... Alright, give me that butt. Dude, you know what? I was just gonna say, I feel like this guy is gonna do the normal damage, and he did. I should have just taken the backstab, man. I was literally just about to say that. I was like, I feel like this guy's gonna kill me in like one hit. Alright, well, where the fuck is the key? Because I'm trying to think, like, if there's any other item locations we even missed. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if Gascoigne has the key. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a mod that makes it so I can jump with my left stick. It's so nice. Well, it's funny too because they give you the option to jump with the left stick on Dark Souls 2, but then they just got rid of it for Bloodborne for whatever fucking reason. I feel like Gascoigne is still gonna drop it. I don't think he's supposed to, at least according to the logic, but
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
okay, yeah, he still dropped the Odin tomb key, so it doesn't seem like the tomb key. I guess because it's a boss drop, it like functions differently. It's supposed to be randomized, but I mean that's kind of the whole reason I'm testing this. All right. Well, we died, so rip. Rip. It's not working as intended. Not fully, no. It seems. Doesn't seem like it's working. It's working exactly how it's supposed to. Because I believe that Cleric Beast boss drop is also non-randomized. Yeah, it's supposed to be randomized though, at least from what Smerton was saying, I think. I don't know if he's still here. But I guess however he randomized it didn't quite work right. Yeah, he also said he was drunk. I'm randomizing again, chat. The Bloodborne randomizer is it's definitely got some issues. I think it might have crashed actually. Like sometimes when you roll the rando, it just gets stuck. And you got to redo it. And the worst part is when you have to redo it, you have to recheck everything. Luckily Smerton updated it, but it doesn't store all the settings properly. It stores some of them. But it's still better than before. That's all we have to change. I don't know. Should we change the Central Yharnam scaling to Cathedral Ward? We could. Probably gonna get my ass beat. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's see. I feel like we may regret this. Oh yeah, the workshop tools are also randomized. Okay, I actually think it's working this time. But yeah, like when you do the Dark Souls one rando, it randos it in in like fucking 2 seconds. This rando takes a while. Not to criticize it or anything. I mean, it's a good thing we even have the randomizer at all, but all right. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to do this. Maybe there's like an easier way of doing this each time. I'm not sure. Like every time I redo the rando, I have to uninstall the rando files. And then I think I can just overwrite it, but just don't die. Yeah, that's true. Just don't die. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood.
That's quite a lot, Albert. Just used to run Bloodborne. So yeah, as far as I can tell, it seems like items that drop from bosses aren't randomized properly. Which... So, I mean, I think there's only 2 items that are dropped by bosses. Like the Celestial Dial and the Odin Tomb Key. Hopefully, Smerton can fix that. I think all the key items that are like part of the world should still be randomized though. Okay, guys. Do the beast cutter. And this weapon has such crazy range. I haven't really used this weapon that much before. Oh my god. This is fun. I'm running out of space. I'm dead. Bro, chill! Come on, you fucker. Oh god. Not the pig. Oh, we're not crashing, it's dude, what is even fucking going on? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm fucking stuck on this. Where? Yeah, alright. Alright. That was a good run. I didn't see that enemy, man. I should have went the other way, I guess. Hmm. Well. Well. Time to go again. What the? Oh my god. I just clicked the scaling button and the fucking rando crashed. God, this thing is so buggy. Sorry, it takes a little while to re-randomize it. Although I'm kind of getting the hang of it again. Taking a long fucking time to rando. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's not die in 5 minutes this time. The fuck? Did I finish DS1 permadeath? No. Nope. Gwendolyn ended us. Beast blood pellet. Holy shit. take the church pick. Should I choose Ludwig's rifle or Ludwig's rifle? Oh, Gascoigne's fighting the fucking shadow. Bro, is that a fucking unscaled shadow? What the fuck is that? Guys, I don't think... Oh my god, there's a living... Dude, Chad, I don't think we're gonna... I think this run's already fucking over. The living failure is blocking the fucking staircase, dude. Fuck it, I'm going. Oh. Oh. We crashed. I wonder if it's gonna... I wonder if it's gonna keep crashing or if it's actually okay. Oh my god, the Canehurst summons. Nice. Did we just get 10,000 souls? The rando is not crashing because... The rando is crashing... Or, sorry. The emulator is crashing because of the rando, not because of... lack of... like, it's just the rando fucking... It's a lot for this game to handle. Dude, stop. Is that fucking wet nurse? She's confused. It's okay. Why is there so many DLC hunters? Oh, we can get our weapon to +1 and level up. Do have 33,000 blood echoes. Hey Omar, thank you for the bits, man. You're happy, thank you for the 65 months. There's a boom hammer.
Hello, on an E2. Very well. Very
Alright, this should be good. Got our +1. This doesn't use what you get. No. I mean, the thing is, I don't know, use what you get doesn't really even work very well for Bloodborne. Since it's not like armor really has any, like, negative effects. Doesn't really matter what armor set you're using. Gershpick's actually pretty good, yeah. What the fuck? Wait, gas going again? Oh! Oh my ass. Dude, stop trading. Alright guys, I'm not having a good time right now. Maybe I should have used the Beast Blood pellet. Let's just go for some parries. What? Oh, that should have been a... Dude, how am I not getting these? Oh, I just want to fucking backstab you, dude. I don't know if I can do it with this weapon, though. He's so shiny. Come on, do the follow-up. That was awful. I'm gonna refill my blood vials. Hello, Kokuya. You looted this item, right? Yeah. Yes. Oh no. I thought he was gonna do it again. What the? There is a Lawrence over there. Not a big fan. Oh, this is not good. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Come fall down, guys. He's thinking about it. You guys are so scary. Stop exploiting. What, using the item as intended? My bad, dude. Are they still down there? Oh, Jesus. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna survive this. Yeah. Yeah. That's about how it goes. Oh, it would be nice to leave Central Yarnum. Some of the combos of like enemies and bosses you can get in this game are kind of brutal. Yeah, the sewer has like insane amount of enemy density. All right. All right, hold on. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get some more water.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
You found yourself a hunter.
All right. Here we go again. Oh, the scythe. I don't have enough decks. Oh. Got a little stuck. Oh god. It's climbing. Old paper.
Hello,
I don't know if I can get enough stats to use. Oh no, I can.
farewell.
Take the beast cutter as well. Hunter's torch. $67 bolt paper. Let's go. The scythe is such a good weapon, actually. Oh boy. Bloodstone shards, though. The fuck are you looking at? Oh my. Oh my. Dude, chill. Oh, he's tanky. I'm running through. This seems pretty easy. Well, we can get +1. Not bad. The Lunarium key. No fucking way. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No! Not again. I should have killed it. Spam the triggers. I'm fucking dead. I'm not gonna get lucky twice in a row. Oh. Dude, I don't want to get fucking grabbed again. Where's this stupid alien? All right. What is this? What is this? Don't do fucking anything. Oh my god, dude. Get away from me, you freak. Yeah. You want it?
What are you playing?
Bloodborne. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dude, he's so fucking strong. God, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Ooh, what is that jump? Oh, thank you. Dude, without the bolt paper, we would be so fucked right now. Are the key items randomized? Some of them are randoed. I believe there's supposed to be there's supposed to be randomization for the keys that bosses drop, which is like Gascoigne and Maria both have key item drops. I don't know. The Gascoigne doesn't work. I don't know about Maria. I'm guessing Maria doesn't work either. Oh my god. Though Maria's is one that you pick up off the ground, so maybe it does still work. All right. Let's buy some rope Molotovs. I'm just gonna pump health. Hey, Reg, thank you for the 10 months, man. I don't think Bloodborne is too bad, but it ultimately depends on what your settings are. There's some settings in the rando that genuinely make it, like, almost impossible. Oh my god. Bro, my damage is fucking ass. I should have upgraded. Why? My damage is so fucking bad. I mean, we're getting there. It's not great, but I think part of the problem is that limb damage doesn't work correctly in the rando. Unfortunately. come on. Oh, he actually gives 30k souls. What's up, Shiny Pockets? Yeah, I saw you were trying the rando. Did you have any issues with it? I know Gascoigne's key is supposed to be randomized, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be working properly at the moment.
Welcome. What? Very well.
Didn't matter for any percent. Yeah, it just depends. I feel like if you're just doing any percent, there's only like 2 key items that you need, which is the one to access the ROM fight, and then after Gascoigne. If you're doing all bosses though, it's like a fair bit more. You expected to hit a wall at ROM, but the key was in its usual spot? Oh, really? So that one's not... Yeah, it seems like there's definitely some... Wait a sec. We got the loot. Wait, isn't this the key, though? So, like, ours... Or wait, what? Isn't Lunarium Key the one to access ROM fight? So that one is randomized, but yeah, the Gascoigne one isn't. Speaking of ROM, yeah. Yo, the fucking Molotov. Oh my god. Oh, he cooked the piggy for me. Fixing the easy boss fights to replace them with like something more dangerous. Yeah, I was also thinking about that. Cause yeah, like the easy shadows fight is... Like, the thing is, if you do shadows without the easy option, then you have to fight 3 bosses at once, which is, like, complete bullshit. But then, alternatively, if you turn on the easy shadows, then it's just the 2... It's like the 2 slugs or whatever. I think the shadows fight should be, like, 1 boss and then 2... Like, just maybe, like, completely randomized enemies, or... I think just like 2 randomized enemies could be good. Because I mean, imagine if you get like... If you get like a... If you get a boss plus like a shark or... Some like oppressive enemy, that could be pretty dangerous. Yeah, Shiny, that'd be cool. The bosses being way scaled down. Yeah, see, the problem isn't even the scaling. It's like I've done the rando before with the randomized shadows, like where it's 3 bosses at once. And if you get 3, like I think in one of my randos I had it was like Abriatus, Amygdala, and Ludwig phase 2. Or no, it was like Orphan phase 2 plus Amygdala and Ludwig, or I don't know. It was like some super fucked up combo, and it was like literally impossible because you just get permanently stun locked. Like you actually just can't even do anything. Oops. What are you? What did he just do? What was that? Tiny Tony. The umbilical cord. Wait. That just... Excuse me? Did that just drop from a fucking enemy? Yeah, it definitely seems like there's some issues with the key item rando at the moment. You've had that before the update? Oh, really? Interesting. That's so weird. I guess the reason it's like that is because normally when you get the umbilical cord, it drops from like... Well, there's two enemies that drop it, right? Because you have, well, I don't know if it's considered an enemy, but yeah, there's like the worm that drops it. But then you also have, the girl that you normally kill. I do think having, like, yeah, having a balance. Oh God. Finding a good balance for the multi-boss enemies would be good. How is that not a backstab? Gosh. Oh, you can stay there, dude. He's still shooting. Oh my God, he got up here. Eileen's gift isn't randomized. Just the bold hunter's marks, which are still kind of nice, but Yeah, this rando is definitely like I wanted to try to commission somebody to like fully like rebuild the rando, because this one has like definitely has a lot of issues. I mean, at least it's like it still works fairly well. The save profile feature. Yeah, I asked him to include that. It's kind of buggy though. I don't know if you notice, it like doesn't save everything quite properly. Sure he can fix it though. Hey, Brog boy. Okay, let's not die to the random hollows. This guy's tanky as fuck. Yeah, I don't really feel like the frenzy stuff. The frenzy doesn't really do too much, but yeah, that's true. I mean, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. It kind of depends. Oh my dude. Maybe I should have killed this fucking guy. This fucking guy, dude. Dude, how fast can you shoot that thing? Bro, he's got like 10 billion health. Oh, good God. This is not good. Some enemies really misbehave. Orphan 2 technically works, but his AI is not right. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. He gets stuck in like loops. But the thing is, even normal Orphan can get stuck in loops, but it feels like the randomizer makes it more likely or something. But those loops can still happen, like even on normal Orphan. Larxa was doing Blood level 4 Bloodborne recently, and she was like stuck on Orphan for a long time, and she was watching videos to like learn the fight better. And I linked her this one video, I think it was of like Dude Hand. He killed Orphan on, I think it was like a +0 weapon, new game +7 or something, new game +6. It was like a fucking 15-minute long orphan fight. And basically, like 90% of the fight is him just backstabbing and then Orphan doing like the 5-hit combo attack over and over again. I think at one point in the video, he gets the same attack like 13 times in a row. It's like, Orphan is so like, abusable. Hey, Raggedy Greg, thank you for the 33 months. I don't know why that corpse doesn't have an item on it. I've done this we started Bloodborne Rando a while back. We never ended up finishing a run though. Yeah, ROM is also buggy for sure. What is he doing? Well, we can get +2 now. Do we have Orphan again? We got Orphan here last time. My damage is so fucking bad.
What's that smell? Sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Oh fuck, not this guy. What even is this fucking enemy? What the fuck is he doing? Dude! You can't fucking backstab him because he just summons... I have literally never fought this enemy before. No, I've never fought that guy. I've never, I mean, I've fought that guy, but he normally with like the dual blades. Honestly, that version was easier. I've never seen the flame staff version though. You had to if you ever did the Queen legit. That's just not true. He never has that weapon. Not on the, because I used to run all achievements and that version was never in the all achievements run. Keeper of the Old Lords. I feel like I've seen Keeper of the Old Lords before, but maybe I'm tripping. Oh, the bolt paper is super expensive now? But it's fine, because we have 99.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell.
How does Mikolash fight work? I don't know if I ever even... Oh, God. My damage is so bad. Bolt paper helps. It kind of sucks not having a gun right now, though. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. A shark? No, bad shark. Bad shark. Oh God, Jesus. No, 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 no. No, oh my God, no. Oh God, go! Please. Dude, I'm taking so much fucking damage, man. Why am I so fucking... Why am I so weak?
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred. Protégé, so why not cooperate? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
Well, the snake is blocking the door at least. Oh my God, dude, I'm getting fucking shit on. Why is everything so strong here? This is crazy. I feel like I don't remember them Cathedral Ward or being this strong. Did I fuck up the scaling? I don't think so. I don't know. Yeah, I actually changed the scaling for Central Yarnum. I don't know if that, like, coincidentally affected Cathedral Ward. I don't think so, but... I set it so Central Yarnum... Because I'm assuming you know this, Shiny Pockets, but... You can set, like, the individual area scaling. So I've been, like, setting Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward scaling, because I feel like Central Yarnum's a bit too easy. Yeah, I don't know, those enemy... Dude, I have 28 fucking health. I almost just got, like, one shot by that shark. Dude, everything is so fucking tanky, or I'm dead. Dude, what the fuck? Alright. Let's teleport back to Old Yarnum. We need 7 bloodstone shards.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men. Turn, fella.
Oh, I don't drop anything. Missed items in that hallway? I don't think I did. Dude, I don't know, man. The enemies seem like kind of absurd right now with their... Like, I wonder if somehow... I wonder if setting Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward, like, somehow... Dude, I don't know. I feel like everything is so fucking strong here. Like, look at these health values. No, I mean, when I did the rando before, the Old Yarnum was definitely not that bad, from what I remember. Like, enemies were not that tanky. I mean, my stats aren't, like, amazing, but I mean, we have 20 skill, we have a +2 weapon, it's not that bad. Normally, the enemies should not be this tanky. I wonder if, like... I wonder if you choose... Oh, also, sometimes when you press the scaling button, the rando just fucking crashes. I wonder if, like, if I do turn on the scaling option, I wonder if I need to set all of... Because, like, what I did is I turned it on, and then all I did was change Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward, like this, and then that's all I did. But I wonder if... Yeah, but it's not the damage of the weapon that's the issue, it's the health of the enemies. Like, I wonder if having all these set to, like, nothing is somehow... Yeah, I might need to set them all... Like, maybe if I use this option, I need to set everything to what it should be. You know, like this, but... The thing is, I don't think this saves... In, like, the profile settings. I would be very surprised. And try, but I don't think it will. Let me restart the program and see if it works. I doubt it does, though. Yeah, it fucking resets every time, so it's like, I don't want to have to. Yeah, shiny. Well, that's the whole reason I changed it, right? Is so Central Yharnam would be a bit more difficult, because I feel like Central Yharnam is a bit too easy. Like, most enemies just die in, like, like 2 hits, or like 3 hits. That's why I changed it, but I feel like it isn't working the way that I thought it would. Like, I wonder if all the areas apart from Central Yharnam just defaulted to, like, DLC scaling or something. No, I haven't been to a DLC area. Yeah, I really just don't do fucking anything. I mean, I can kill stuff, but... Oh, sorry, it's... because I have my monitor capture on. Like, dude, look at this. Look at how much fucking health these guys have. Yeah, guys, I think this run is... I think we're fucking cooked, chat. Balcony key? They just murdered that pig. Fucking Celestial. Oh goodness. There's no way the pig comes all... Is that a fucking Ludwig over there? So many keys. Yeah, dude, the enemies are just, this is just this is fucked. It's just fucked, man. Oh god. Dude, Ludwig is trying to hit me. He is hitting me. Cannon. Oh. We're gonna do like, dude, she's gonna kill me in like one hit. Maybe with the beast blood pellet. Wait, she's... Dude, I'm so confused. She's actually not that strong. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, the thing is, I don't know how the randomizer fully, like, functions, and it's, the randomizer is, like, very, it was like a work in progress, and the guy who made it never really finished it, probably because, I mean, barely anybody could use the damn thing when he made it, so it was like, he probably like lost motivation because nobody could even use it. I haven't really messed with the scaling settings, but clearly it has some quirks to it. Beak mask. Well, when this rando started, emulator wasn't even a thing. This rando has been around for like fucking 8 years or something. So, I'm pretty sure when the rando came out, the only person who had, the only streamer who had played it was, like, Lobos. Well, I did want to commission somebody to, like, finish the mod. There's a guy who's been, like, working on it. I don't know, like, his expertise in terms of, like, soul stuff, but he's been trying.
Farewell, good man.
I don't know though, guys. We're kind of fucking cooked because like I'm pretty sure the scaling of the entire mod is broken. I'm pretty sure all the fucking zones are gonna be like, this is basically like a no scaling run except for Central Yarnum. Well, Dasav is the one who wanted to work on the, like, I was gonna commission him to work on the Bloodborne rando, but then, I don't know, he said he got busy and we never really, like, discussed it further. We need one more Bloodstone Shard, and then we can actually get +8, or +7. That's pretty good. Dude, like, look at this health, man. This is why, like, no scaling in Bloodborne is just, like... It's just fucked. Yeah, I mean, if I can get one more Bloodstone Shard and we can get +7, then our damage should get a lot better, at least. Wait, this umbilical cord. Yeah, okay. The key item rando is definitely like it's like some key items work, but others don't. It's so weird. Because that should be randoed, but it's not, I think. This doesn't feel finished. Nobody ever said it was. Come on, Bloodstone Shard. I mean, if Bloodborne was on PC, I guarantee it would have like a really well-built rando. But unfortunately, because it's not, it's just... It's kind of been like abandoned. Smelly clothes aren't there. I think this might be the end for me, gentlemen. Yeah, I think I have to build Hunter's Mark out of there. I really think if I try to do that, I'm just gonna die. I didn't want to build Hunter Mark, but... think that was the right call. Alright, come on, one bloodstone shard, please. I mean, honestly, if we want a bloodstone shard, we should just go back to Central Yarnum and kill some enemies there, because pretty sure we'll get a bloodstone shard drop if we do that. What's up, Angelic? Oh god, no. Alright. Come on, bloodstone shard. I mean, I'm pretty sure if we just keep killing these guys, we should get one. Surely. Come on, man. No way, I just died to the fuck. Oh my. What am I doing, dude? Oh my god, the fucking wolf. I should have just rolled it. I should have rolled past him. I should have rolled past him. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. Fuck, dude. You know what you know what we should do? We should do like Permadeath rando, but every time I die, like switch games. Not a bad idea, honestly. Exclude Elden Ring, maybe. Hey, Shrimpo, thank you for the 3 months. I mean, you could go between like Bloodborne, DS1, DS2, and DS3, I guess. Yeah, the DS3, I don't know. A lot of the randos have like issues. I mean, they're fine and they're like playable, but they're not. Yeah, just most of them have like issues in one way or another. But honestly, I feel like I don't really feel like I have any right to complain about it. I mean, it's nice that we have them in the first place at all. I would like them to be, it'd be nice if some of those quirks were fixed though. Yeah, in Dark Souls 3, you can get bosses that replace enemies. But unfortunately, when you kill a boss, it gives you like 500 souls. I remember I killed Soul of Cinder in DS3, and I think it took me like 5 minutes. And then he dropped like 250 souls or something. I was just like, okay, dude. This is fucking so stupid. I actually asked Fifth Matt, I was like, can you like make it so the bosses actually like drop something? I don't know. He was like saying that he didn't want to make it like he did on purpose so people can like farm bosses for souls, but it's like I don't know. I would rather like I'd rather get more souls than nothing. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 rando actually does it the best where in the DS2 rando yeah, the bosses are like unique so they don't respawn. All right, well, okay, we can re-roll the rando. I don't know what I want to do, man. It's annoying that it's annoying that when I load the profile it doesn't save some of the settings. Cuz I do think if I turn on the scaling and then I just set everything to like the default, it would be fine. But it's just having to like set it every time is just really annoying. I guess we can try it once just to see. Like having to do this every time is kind of obnoxious. But I'm curious. And then well, maybe not half the time, but like maybe 20% of the time when you press randomize, the randomizer just gets stuck. I don't think well, yeah, it definitely like influences the other. I think the issue is when you press this button for the scaling, I think what's happening is that it's like this. If you don't choose an option for the area, then it just like defaults to something. It'd be nice if the rando just didn't close when it was done randoing. I don't know, maybe Smerton can fix that as well. Oh, what the fuck did I just... Wait, I can't hear anything anymore. Oh my god, what just happened? I don't know. I'm gonna restart this thing. I just like my controller fell off my fucking lap and I pressed something and it like fucking broke the audio. What's the best rando to play? Honestly, I think Dark Souls 2 rando was the most fun for me. I kind of want to try to do DS2 rando, like, auto-equip. RE4 rando is really good too, yeah. I kind of want to try to do like a DS2 rando auto-equip, but man, I don't know. Oh yeah, RE4 remake was really fun. I mean, I thought the guy was kind of asking... Dude, I keep getting a Madman's Knowledge at the start. Yeah, I mean, RE4 rando is amazing. I had so much fun doing that. No. No. I thought I was dead there. Yeah, I haven't played the new RE4 rando. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Chikage, Whirligig Saw, or Bloodletta? Maybe Whirligig, I guess. If I remember correctly, you can like sell some, you can kind of like abuse the market a little bit. Well, that was good. Yeah, I don't do like the buy low, sell high, but if I can make money in the shop with like armor or something, that's fine. But yeah, I don't do like the... I don't like abuse the shop because I mean you could just get like max level instantly in some cases. Kind of a non-issue. Yeah, but I mean, when you're really, really high level, you get so much damage reduction. Umbilical cord again. Oh, it's Gascoigne. Oh, it's friendly Gascoigne! Go get him, Gascoigne. Yeah, you can get like a summon. Dude, he's fucking going in. I'm just gonna let him battle. Wait, is he dead? Where'd he go? I hate this enemy. Wait, we have 2 umbilical cords already? Holy schmoly. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hello, Pasadon. Molotov cocktails are actually so good early on. Oh, no infinite bolt paper this time, though. What? Come on. Come on. Oh, 3 more bloodstone shards. That's good. Does like nothing. He's so tanky. I guess he's weaker to slash. Alright, this is pretty chill right now. How difficult is this rando? It depends on the settings more than anything. Yeah, I set up. Oh. That's gonna miss, yeah. Dude. Why are the riposts so buggy? You were too close? I guess. I don't know. I've never really had many issues like I think I don't remember that happening normally.
Welcome home, good hunter. What? Very well. Farewell.
More HP. $10,000 for a hand lantern. That's ridiculous. Can you just... Yeah, you can just buy it over and over again? Okay. Oops. Whoa! What the fuck? Fuck is that? Dude. Who fucking programmed the Molotovs to be thrown at the enemy's fucking head? It's so stupid. You miss them so often because of it. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh my gosh. This guy's tanky as fuck. Holy shit, dude. Oh. Yeah, Queen Yarnum's in the fucking sewers. Another shadow. Oh, how'd you get... Did you climb the ladder? How many souls do I get from this? 20? Ah, okay. Well, that's nice. I'll kill another one of you. Can't really get him in the corner. Oh. Well, we're fucking farming blood echoes, holy shit. Yeah, go get him. She probably gives an insane amount of blood echoes too. She is kind of tanky. How's that not a backstab? I can just get backstabs on her. We'll be good. Oh, there we go. I wonder how much I'm gonna get for this. I'm gonna be so rich. Never mind. Oh no, no, no. Come on, more bloodstone shards. Sometimes you get lucky and you get you can get like a +3 weapon pretty much after doing Central Yarnum. At least if you kill like most of the enemies. It is random though, of course. Do that in the regular game. That's true. Though, it's like only the... I think only the wolves drop bloodstone shards. Alright. Hopefully this oh, god. I kind of want to like... I don't want to level up before I do this. I mean, we're probably okay. Do I have bold hunter marks? I do. There's a few items we can loot still. Oh, 2 fire paper. That's kind of nice. Okay, dude.
What?
Give me my hunter marks. Enemies don't do that much damage. Yeah, they're scaled down. And I hate that you have to, like, drop here and then drop again. It was oil urns on the ground that I was trying to pick up, but I already have max oil urns because they were like 10 blood echoes each at the shop. Wait, I didn't even... Oh, right, that was the... Come on, bloodstone shards. Whatever. I'm pretty sure we looted like everything in Central Yarnum now. I don't think you can make contacts. I don't think the make contacts has to do with the enemy, but more so the area. Like, I think it's just scripted in like that specific spot that you stand. I don't actually know for sure. That's my guess.
Welcome. What is it? Very well.
Alright, that's pretty good damage. 20 strength, 30 HP. Is there anything we could sell?
Welcome. What? Very well.
10k hand lantern. Yeah. Their damage isn't bad, plus 41. Not too shabby. I hope the scaling of the areas is actually set up properly now. Oh, this is kind of sus. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go down. Do I have the B jump mod on? Are you talking about baby jump? That's Dark Souls 2, my dude. But we do have a mod that lets us jump with the left stick, which is really nice. Damage is pretty good. Sorry, it's really loud when he destroys the gravestones.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Damn, Lawrence downgraded. Holy lag. Alright. Good fight. Alright, we need 3 bloodstone shards. We're in pretty good shape. We don't have any twin shards, though. So... not great. What randomizer is this? Yours doesn't allow you to stagger at all. Only certain types of staggers work. Like, limb staggers don't work on bosses in the rando, but... I don't know, there's like 2 different types of staggers. There's like a full body stagger, and then there's also... limb staggers. The limbs don't work properly in the rando. Okay, I think... I think the scaling is working now again. Yeah, the scaling is good now. Maybe I should have set Cathedral Ward. I feel like the sweet spot for the rando is setting the scaling. I feel like setting the scaling a bit higher for the early areas. Like set Central Yarnum to like Cathedral Ward and then maybe set Cathedral Ward to like... I don't know exactly the levels of the scaling is the thing. Yeah, it seems like if you use the scaling option, you just need to make sure to turn on, like set all of them specifically. We're kind of just like testing stuff right now, seeing how it all works. Honestly, I wonder what the scaling was set to before. It was actually, like, that was absurd, that last run. It's funny, though, that we ended up dying to fucking Central Yarnum enemies anyways, but... Well, we're getting twin shards. Imagine a convergence mod for Bloodborne. That would be sick. Don't think that's ever happening, but yeah, the gem. So you can get like custom gems and runes. The weird thing is though, you can get runes that have effects of like gems, but unfortunately I don't think they like work properly. I saw that there was like a Bloodborne enhanced mod or so, like I don't know, somebody made like some kind of Bloodborne mod that's supposed to, I don't know if it's like an overhaul, but apparently it's kind of scuffed. I was gonna try it, but I heard it wasn't the greatest. Yeah, no, it's not Bloodborne Enhanced that I'm talking about. Oh, there we go. Nice. All right, we're in business. We We can get +4 now. Get some more fire paper.
You're a beast hunter, aren't
And
you?
Alfred's naked.
I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligarius. So, why not? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
My god, he said it. Come on. Let me bury you. Yeah, I do think the next time we do a run, well, I'll let you know, assuming this one doesn't make it all the way, which it probably won't. But, next time we'll probably up the scaling for Cathedral Ward, like up all the early areas by like 1. Because I do want like a challenge, but I also don't want it to be too easy. Well, we're pretty high level. That's the thing. I feel like you kind of have to up the scaling to compensate for the insane amount of souls that you get. Because you get like you get leveled up very fast in the rando. So I think upping the scaling for the early areas definitely compensates for that. Yeah, the late game stuff is fine. Hi, Rom. Hey, buddy. Dude, the thing is, if Rom actually worked, like, properly, it would be the most oppressive enemy that you could get in the rando, because you would just have fucking missiles spawning on you constantly. The entire time you're fucking running around. I mean, it depends, like, how ROM is scripted. Like, I feel like currently ROM will just aggro to you no matter, like, where you are. It's like, knows you're there at all times. Why is this item gone? Alright, I was gonna upgrade past +2. Alright, +5 whirligig. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, I can buy bloodstone shards now if I want to use another weapon. Nice. I can also buy chunks. I think the shop definitely needs to be, like, adjusted as well in the rando. The shop is a little too, like, OP.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell.
Yeah, shiny. I think there was one time where I think I was able to buy like normal bloodstone shards and twin shards and maybe even like chunks. I don't know. I was able to get like a max weapon fucking like instantly. No. Oh my god. I was so lucky that that guy backed away. Dude, he's so tanky. Kinda wanna kill him anyways. Just going for the full face tank strat. Dude, why is he so tanky? Who is this? Player Beast is not normally this tanky. I mean, I guess he has higher scaling, but still, I'm surprised. He had like 5,000 health there. Yeah, Obsession was such a good movie.
You are a skilled hunter.
There've been so many good movies this year already. I want to go see I want to see like the extended edition of the Backrooms. I think in like 2 days that's coming out. Like a 15-minute longer version of the movie. Yeah, Project Hail Mary was really good. Obsession was really good. I liked the Backrooms. It wasn't like my favorite, but still liked it though. I thought Hokum was alright. It wasn't like Hokum kind of felt like a straight to DVD kind of movie. Or maybe not straight to DVD, but it just definitely felt like a movie that I didn't really feel like I needed to go to the... Okay. Okay. I should have... That's my bad, dude. I should all... What am I doing, man? What am I doing, dude? This is so bad. I'm so bad. I'm just yapping, not even fucking paying attention. I should have just went and killed the fucking NPC right away and gotten rid of him. Yeah, tanking the gun was not a good idea. We should not have died there, man. What am I doing, dude? I don't want to... I'm not throwing on purpose as much as I wish I could make that excuse. Just not paying attention. Well, now we can up the scaling anyways and make it harder, because it's too easy. Clearly. Oh. Alright, yeah, sounds good, Shiny. Alright, I think we're gonna set... So we'll set Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward. And then... I don't know, I'm trying to think like what... I mean, we could set Cathedral Ward to like Forbidden Woods scaling. Or maybe, I don't know, I wish it like said the values. I mean, I have like a general idea of the difficulty. I like, Hemwick Charnel Lane is probably higher scaling than Cathedral Ward. Couldn't you Google it? This is just a... This is not like... common knowledge. I mean, I think Forbidden Woods or Hemwick Charnel Lane might be like the best. It's really annoying setting this every time, though. I guess Forbidden Woods will still be the same then. Let's see what this is like. Yes. Honestly, I just want this profile function to work for all the other settings, and then I won't really mind resetting anymore. And it crashed. It just crashed. This is the thing about this. This is the thing about this fucking rando. It just crashed, and now all my settings, like, it doesn't fucking save the settings for this. It's. Uh, Dude, it's just crashing. It's just it's just it's just fucking crashing, man. Why is it crashing? Okay, I don't know, man. This is so fucking annoying. It's so annoying, dude. Don't worry though. This will be fixed soon, surely. All right, dude. If it crashes again, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Okay, I don't know, dude. Maybe like it's like having this, dude. I don't understand. Like the scaling settings are just like broken. I don't know. It's like changing some of them is maybe changing some of them is broken. Like it doesn't work. It's like not working properly. I don't I feel like it's just gonna keep crashing. I don't know why. I think the extra options are just making it crash for some reason. I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's just crashing every time. I guess it just doesn't even let me. Is there any log files? I don't think it even outputs a log when it crashes. No. This program is like barely functional. I mean, the thing is, this save load profile was patched in by a viewer of mine, who's the one who's been working on the key item rando. So, yeah, this program is like held together with paper clips and duct tape. I don't know. It seems like for some reason, Like, I can set Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward, but when I start changing other stuff on top of that, it seems like it's causing issues. I have no idea why. A bug in the code or something. Is the rando open source? Yeah, I mean, it can be like decompiled because it's just a, I don't even know what it's coded in exactly, but I know it can be like decompiled easily. I mean, we can change Central Yarnum. Maybe we just leave the other stuff as it is. I mean, I wanted to up the difficulty of like the early areas, but well, it works when I have Cathedral Ward set to Cathedral Ward and Central Yarnum set to Cathedral Ward. That seems to work okay. The only other thing that we were changing, well, we were changing Cathedral Ward to Old Yarnum and then Old Yarnum to Hemwick. I mean, what if we just set them all to Hemwick? I don't even want to press the fucking button, dude. Yeah, I don't, it's, it just doesn't work, man. I don't know. It's just crashing every time. I have no idea why. It's so weird that we were able to, like, why are we able to change one but not the others? I don't get it. Alright, well, let's just... Oh... We'll just change this one to Cathedral Ward and then we'll just do what we were doing before, I guess. Fuck it. I just want to play the game. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, chat, I know why it's not working. I'm a fucking idiot. I transferred the files from the rando folder instead of copying. So all the files that it's trying to randomize aren't there. So it's just instantly crashing. It just doesn't fucking, there's no report. The thing doesn't fucking say anything. Like, hey, the files are missing or anything. There's no like, but yeah, that's my bad. Okay, well, oops. Oops. All right, I think it should work fine now then. All right, so we're gonna set Cathedral Ward to Old Yarnum, Old Yarnum to Hemwick, and then Central Yarnum to Cathedral Ward, and then everything else. God. Everything else is the same. All right, sorry guys. Spent 10 minutes fucking doing this just to realize I didn't have the files. All right, this is the run, guys. Woohoo! Yippee! What the hell was that? Somebody broke some shit in our room. What is that? Oh god. Oh no, please give me blood vial. You know what? I don't want to fucking reroll. I'm resetting my health. Oh my god, lady. Okay, nice. She's healing. I mean, I have a 5090 and a... What is the fucking CPU that I just got? I don't even know. But... $9950X3D. Yeah, that's the one. I do not want to go back to the rando menu. Hopefully we can get it updated. Oh, this is... Oh no. Oh no. Alright, I'm not grabbing that item. Hopefully Smerton can fix the rando or fix the program so it stores all of the settings properly. I'm gonna do the Kirk hammer. Well, so the funny thing about the emulator or the rando crashing is that so before, like a year ago or 6 months ago, I don't know how long it's been. The rando would crash all of the time, but a guy in the community named Desav, he's the one who fixed the Dark Souls 2 rando and made it so he like removed the memory limitations on the game, and he also fixed a bunch of the crashes on the Bloodborne rando. So, like the rando it used to crash in certain spots, and then it would just permanently crash, and you could you were hard locked, you couldn't make progress. But sometimes it'll still crash now, but you can pretty much always continue. Which is very nice, because it was basically unplayable before. Damn, 4 bloodstone shards already. Dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm dead. Well, that was a nice seed. That was great. Absolutely fantastic. All right. I'm speed running the settings. All right, we're almost ready. Yeah, we were thinking about doing permadeath rando, except every time we die, we switch the game. We could do like DS2, DS1, DS3, and Bloodborne, I guess. I don't think Demon Souls really has like a rando. Is that Orphan? Oh, it's the fucking weird pole guy. Thought he was gonna start climbing the ladder for a sec. Alright, what weapons are we gonna get? Scythe, Holy Blade, and Amygdalin Arm. Well, I think the Scythe... Well, Ludwig's Holy Blade is pretty good. Maybe we'll do the Holy Blade. So I feel like Scythe is... Dude, fuck the Amygdalin Arm. I hate that weapon. Yeah, there is a Liza P rando. I should try that at some point. Does this use what you pick up? No. I mean, auto equip doesn't really work for this game very well. Wait, why is this guy dead? Does Liza P rando affect the items? I don't know. Not dying to a pig. Pigs are actually so dangerous, though. You gotta be really careful for the pigs. Oh, we got a madman's knowledge. Level up now. What the hell's this guy doing? Wait, can I not kill him? What the? Oh god, dude. Not again. Oh my god. It's fucking tanky, dude. Is that not a backstab? Oh, that's good. Dude, this is just a fucking Central Yarnum stream today. Been streaming for 4.5 hours and well, I mean, we made it to Old Yarnum, but it's not going that great. Yeah, backstabbing the sharks is like the easiest way of killing them, actually. Fun to watch. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's what matters. There's a cannon guy somewhere shooting. Oh, he's right there. These guys are like, I don't know if they're scaling. I don't know why they're so, like, I can't fucking kill that guy. Cannon guy's from the Chalice dungeons. Oh my. Oh my god. This cannon guy will not. Oh my god! This is a lovely place. I'm gonna go. Oh my god, such big money. I'm fucking rich. Oh, I gotta get insight. The lamps not being able to teleport to other places. Yeah. There's actually a mod that lets you do that, though.
Very open.
Resell again. You can't, you can only buy the armor one time. I can't actually resell.
Farewell, good hunt.
Yeah, I mean, we have enough health right now, unless I fuck up really badly. We have scaling on in the rando. Bloodborne without scaling is not really a fun experience, to be honest. But why is this guy still here? Ludwig. Okay. damage is not great. I hate that attack. That was good. Cannon guy waiting at the door. True. Fucking guy. Excuse me, sir. Oh, he's fucking coming. This guy. Oh, we got friendly gas going. Nice. Yeah, so you can get a Gascoigne summon, because you can summon Gascoigne for, I don't even know where do you even summon Gascoigne? You can normally summon him. I don't even remember where, but is it BSB? What the fuck is that? Oh, great. Maybe with Gascoigne we can actually kill this fucking guy. Dude, he doesn't even try. He doesn't even give blood echoes. What a bunch of bullshit. This enemy is so scary. Okay, dude. I don't like this. Dude! Fucking guy and his stupid cannon. Okay, yeah, go fall down. Come on, give me some blood vials, man. I used so many there. We have 9 beast blood pellets. That's good. You hate this weapon? Really? I like this weapon a lot. Dude, rope cocktails are actually really good. Like, you can spam them so fast. Yes, the rope cock. Sounds like I'm underwater. Can the brain of Mensis replace enemies? It can, yeah. Beautiful. Molotovs are so good early on. They really fall off later, but saw spear. I think Ludwig's Holy Sword might be the strongest with the right gems. Or, okay, I should say, I think it's the highest hitting weapon. You can get the charge R2 to do, like, so much fucking damage. Gascoigne is actually helping a lot. Alright, I have to go get more blood vials before I go fight Gascoigne. We have 74,000 blood echoes, though. We can all... Oh, no. I was gonna say we could get +2, but we don't have enough shards. Hey, Veritiv, thank you for the 8 months, man. It's crazy how big these guys... Like, look at that staff. Thing is massive.
Welcome home.
Oh, we got bolt paper.
Welcome. Very well. Let farewell.
Alright, this should be good. Do another arcane build and spend 100 hours grinding for perfect gems. Yeah, I did something similar to that. Not 100 hours though, but I did a run with the cost parasite in New Game Plus, and I got like 99 arcane and I farmed like really good gems. And it still kind of sucked ass, but it was fun. Was fun. Aww. I need bloodstone shards, man. Dude, I feel like I get orphan here so often. Probably better for me to do the full backstab. It's a bit high.
What's that smell? Sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
What? Let me backstab you, bro. Dude, he's going fucking crazy, man. What? Oh my god. No one says Cosm? What are we talking about? I think we crashed.
I want very well.
I'm gonna get more skill just so my repose do a bit more damage. Should probably get more health though.
Welcome. What? Very well.
Alright, so on this rando, we upped the scaling for Cathedral Ward and for Old Yarnum, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, nice. Throwing oil at me. We actually need to be careful. If we get hit by like a fire attack, we're gonna get like fucking one shot. Oh Jesus. I'm gonna run. I need 4 more bloodstone shards. Open that door. I think there's actually a mod that, like, makes that door functional. How do you get kidnapped in the randomizer? I actually don't know. I think you might just not be able to get kidnapped in the rando. Is Cleric Beast Is he attacking Alfred? What? Oh, nice. We need one more bloodstone shard. One more.
You're a what? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to...
So bloody. Bit of lag. Come on, bloodstone shard. Give it to me. Maybe this guy will drop one. Dude, the cleric beast is so strong. I don't think Cleric Beast will drop. Oh, we got Lawrence's skull. We actually need that. We're at +1. Hopefully we can get... Oh my god, a shark inebriatus. That don't look very nice. Yeah, I'll kill the gunner before I go, like, explore stuff this time. Oh. We're so close! Although that one twin shard's good. Now I can get +5 once I get the other one. Dude, the rope Molotovs are actually so much fun to use. Like, genuinely. There we go. Nice. Alright.
You are a skilled hunter. Adept. Merciless. I forgot to look up.
No.
The best hunters are. You tell my
I don't know why he's not shooting right now. Alright. Well, +5 is pretty good. Oh, the doll is here.
Welcome home. What? Very. Farewell.
Oh yeah, another thing about the rando is that the blood gem workshop tool is randomized, so it could be ages before I'm able to use blood gems. That shark is looking at me funny. Why can bosses be random enemies? Because I made it that way. What is this random, like, sitting attack that they do? It's so weird. My FPS is kind of cooked in this area right now. No way. That doesn't do that much damage. That bagman did a lot of fucking damage. Nice. I'm never I knew I shouldn't have gone there, but they're just camping, bro. Why does it send me flying fucking sideways, dude? I could have quit out, but I didn't want to. I don't want to cheese quit out, dude. Oh, whatever, man. Oh, whatever. I wish I had Molotov cocktails. I had the ropes, but the ropes were not a good idea. I don't know what I should have done there. Just went around, I guess. I don't know. I knew that was dangerous, but I thought if I got hit, it would set, like, if my positioning was good, it wouldn't send me, like, flying off the ledge, but... Let's lure him. But the enemies were stuck on each other, man. If I waited, though, maybe they wouldn't have, maybe they would have gotten unstuck. Well, guys. Can't get past 3 fucking bosses in Bloodborne. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. What is this lyrical T guy even? He's been schizo posting this, this whole stream. Oh, I'm doing some stretches, chat. I don't know. We could try another run. We could also continue Mina. We could also play some Witchfire. I don't know if I want to do another run today, dude. I'm so bad, man. I've died in fucking Old Yarnum every time. Oh, what am I doing? You heard I play Fortnite? No. The only game that I really ever play off stream is like old school RuneScape, but I haven't really been playing that at all lately. I'm excited for the new raid, whenever that's gonna come out though.